Okay, we're going to get started. Okay, we're going to get started. I would like to announce that a quorum is present. The meeting is duly called and notice of the meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. The time is 6 p.m. The following board members are in attendance: Allison Lasan, Catherine Sells, Paige Dixon, Jenny Prosnick, Dr. Stacy Barker, Dr. Sheila Taylor, and Madison Lopez. I have asked board member Sheila Taylor to lead us in prayer.
Please bow with me. Dear Father God, we come to you tonight thanking you for keeping us and for putting a hedge of protection around this board, this district, our students, our administration, our staff, and our community. We pray that you allow us wisdom, discernment, and kindness as we make important decisions that impact others. We ask that in everything we do tonight, that it be for your glory. All these things we ask and pray in your Son's name. Amen.
We will now convene into closed session as authorized by Texas Government Code Section 551, specifically 551.071, 072, 074, and 0821. The time is 6:01 p.m. Okay. We are back on the record in open session, having returned from closed session. The time is 7:12 p.m. Please join us in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance and the Texas Pledge. All right, we're going to consider action on items discussed in closed session. The first one is the principal of Independence Elementary. Would someone like to make a motion? Ms. Sells?
I move that the board approve Monica Cohen, principal of Independence Elementary.
Yeah, turn on your mic, dear. There you go.
I move that the board approve Monica Cohen, principal of Independence Elementary School.
All right, do I have a second? Ms. Taylor? All right, all those in favor? That passes 7-0. Congratulations, Ms. Cohen. Okay, Ms. Cohen, if you would like to come up here, and if you have any family members with you, bring them on with you. They're going to be right here? Yes? Okay.
Welcome. Thank you. Come on up here on the big step.
Okay. While they are clearing out, now we're going to move on to the principal of Briarhill Middle School. Would someone like to make a motion? Ms. Lopez.
I move that the board approve Meredith Fiacconi, principal of Briarhill Middle School.
Do I have a second? Ms. Taylor. Sorry, Dr. Taylor. All right. Is there any discussion? All right. All those in favor? All right, that motion passes 7-0. Congratulations. All right, Ms. Fiacconi, come up here with your family. All right, we are not going to take any action on item number 3. Number 4, consider and take action, possible action to terminate Chris Smith's term contract. Would someone like to make a motion? Ms. Prosnick?
I move that the board terminate Chris Smith's term contract as recommended and authorize administration to provide appropriate notice.
Do I have a second? Anyone? Ms. Dixon, thank you. All right, Ms. Dixon seconded that. Is there any discussion? Okay, all those in favor? All right, motion passes 7-0. Okay, and item number 5, we are not going to take any action on item number 5. All right. I am going to read our mission and vision statements. Our mission statement is engaging and inspiring learners and leaders in pursuit of growth and purpose. And our vision statement, all students are confident, equipped, and empowered to thrive in the future they imagine. Public comments are next on the agenda, and at this time, we had no individuals signed up to speak. So now we will move on to discussion items, the Superintendent Report. The first item under that is the PTA State of Council update, and Dr. Rapp.
All right, thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I would like to bring up our PTA Council President, Ms. Carrie Baker, for one of her last items before she is past president, which I think one of your final slides is talking about the officer slate. Yes, okay, so thank you, Carrie. You have the presenter there on either side of you, and you can just turn that microphone on. You'll be good to go.
This is actually my very last act, my last time wearing this name tag. So I'm glad to end this crazy ride among friends. So thank you for having me here one last time. I'm here to just tell you some of the things that we've been working on and trying to accomplish this last year. We always start with the mission to make every child's potential a reality by engaging and empowering families and communities to advocate for all children. I also put up the PTA purposes. I think that's something that sometimes we just kind of zoom by, but I wanted to include them because I know that sometimes people think of PTA as a group that does teacher treats and things for schools, but you'll notice that that is not found anywhere in our PTA purposes. We are a child advocacy organization and the oldest and largest volunteer child advocacy association in America. So as a council, we recognize a continued need to educate our local PTAs, school communities, and stakeholders on the full scope of PTA's mission, purposes, and role as an advocate for all children. This year we operated with an executive board of 17, including our 3 principal representatives, our wonderful LISD liaison, and our wonderful superintendent. And our membership total was 15,548 as of May 29th. We have continued our downward trend of membership that we've seen during my presidency, so hopefully the next person will get those numbers back up. No pressure, Leslie. But we've also, our PTA engagement has followed that trend as well. We're at 33%, that's PTA members to students. Just to provide some context, I compared, calm down. I compared some of the ISDs around us. Many of them have seen a decline as well. Carrollton Farmers Branch, Keller, Plano, and Richardson all decreased in their enrollment and engagement. But I will say that the number of the total enrollment, Texas PTA only updates that if there's a change of 50 or more in a year, and so those numbers might not match exactly what the district's numbers say, but that gives you an idea of where we are. But I do have some wonderful news. 100% of our PTAs are in good standing with Texas PTA. We are so proud to see that number up there. It was with excellent help from our Texas PTA field service rep. We were able to get them all in good standing. So that's a great place to be at the end of the year. We're also pleased that so many of our PTAs achieved some level of voice for every child, meaning that there was a PTA member for every child on the campus. Liberty and Old Settlers had well over 100% for their students. Old Settlers had 120% and Liberty had 140%. And this is the second year for Liberty, so we need to know what they are drinking over there in Liberty. Oh, and as a council, we got some awards as well, notably the Golden Apple, so thank you all district leaders for joining and supporting our PTAs. And we received the bronze level of Voice for Every Child as a council. So moving on to our advocacy efforts, even though it was not a legislative year, we did stay busy championing public education. Our advocacy committee chair reached out to all of all the legislators in LASD, and we were able to meet with Senator Tam Parker, Representative Bumgarner, Representative Hayes, and Representative Patterson. And in the written report that I submitted, there are links to the recaps of those meetings for anyone who's interested. We also participated in Texas PTA's Straight Talk. We hosted a watch party here for people to come and view the Texas PTA panel, and then we had an expert panel of our own district representatives as well on the topic of raising the AI generation and what that looks like for LASD. And if you want to watch that video, it is also linked in my written report. And then as is tradition, we hosted a spring candidate forum for the candidates running for places 4 and 5 on the Board of Trustees. Some of you may recall. Our scholarships this year, we're pleased again to award 10 scholarships through LEF to 2 seniors from each high school. As a fun fact, Noah Chirinos, the recipient from the Colony High School, also received a Texas PTA honorary life membership from his local PTSE. That is the first time that I have ever seen a student be giving that award, so I thought that was pretty cool. Okay, Dress to Learn. Our Dress to Learn program experienced some changes this year. Historically, most referrals and requests came through the district level social workers. So following the elimination of those positions, no comparable referral coordination process was established, and our requests declined from more than 1,000 last year to just under 200 this year. The other major change was that Dress to Learn did not participate in a coat drive. The coat drive was originally established by the counseling department, and responsibility for organizing and operating sort of increasingly shifted to Dress to Learn. And unfortunately, as a volunteer-run program, we are not in a position to manage the drive ourselves. And so this year we offered to continue providing storage and delivery support, but to our knowledge, no coat drive was held this year. But in spite of all the changes, Dress to Learn continued serving students through the support of our volunteers, donors, and community partners, including more than 820 volunteer hours this year. Another one of our big programs, PTA Partners, continues to grow. We had 22 partners help support 38 events this year for our non-traditional campuses and a few local PTAs. And I put some more info in the written report as well, and some pictures. For the sake of time, I will just say briefly that in our reflections, we were super excited to have 3 students from LISD advance to the national level of reflections. And at our Founders Day banquet, we were honored to present the honorary life member in memory of our friend Carol Stevens to her husband and son. It was a beautiful experience, and I'm so pleased that we were able to do that. Our shared commitments, this is the document that we worked on all summer last year and that we adopted this year. Our goal is to help people understand the mission of PTA, build strong partnerships, and ensure that every child has someone advocating for their success. These are some of the comments that we received from PTA presidents and principals on how this document has helped them in their roles and in achieving their goals. So we're pleased with that, and we plan to continue using that as an important resource. So I will just end by saying thank you for your continued partnership and support, and thank you for allowing PTA to be part of that work. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Carrie. Does anyone have any questions? Oh, Ms. Prosnick.
Well, I just want to say I appreciate your leadership over the last 2 years at the Council PTAs. I appreciate the fact that you've put some processes and procedures in place so that they can be passed on and become part of how the council works. This document, for example, which I think brings a lot of transparency and understanding between that president and principal relationship, which is so important. And I never let you get to leave without telling you that I truly do believe that the PTA here in LISD is one of the stars in our logo. So thank you.
Thank you, Jamie.
Anyone else? Well, you're going to get off the hook easy, Ms. Baker. Thank you so much. Thank you for your service. Enjoy a little downtime over the summer, and I see you're still on the board, so.
Yeah, I think it's funny that you said downtime over the summer, because that's not a thing, but.
No, it's
We'll
not.
have fun.
Anybody who's in PTA knows that's when you plan stuff, so anyway, thank you so much. All right, next up is the LEF Annual Memorandum of Understanding, or as we like to call it, the MOU. Dr. Rapp?
Yes, Madam President, Bill Lee is here to provide his presentation and talk through the MOU this evening. And I know he's got back there with him as well. I see Mary Jacoby back there and Ms. Alcatib, so welcome and thank you. And I'll turn it over to Bill.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Board. Thank you, Dr. Rapp. We really appreciate the opportunity. I appreciate the opportunity to be here and to talk about this tonight. Congratulations on another great graduation yesterday. My gosh, I got to watch some of that. Just, it's like an oil machine now that happens out there. So congratulations on that. I would like to start out by saying that we're going to, two things we're going to talk about. Going to start with the strategic plan, and then I'd like to have a Q&A after that, and then there could be a Q&A on the MOU at that point, if that's okay with you guys. And also, in reference to the strategic plan, this has not received full approval from our board as of yet, but it will very soon. So we just didn't have time to get it through with our meeting schedules and everything, but we're working on that, and we'll have that. If there's any modifications or anything to that, then we'll get that to you. So first of all, I'd like to start off with our mission statement. And the mission statement for LEF is the Lewisville ISD Education Foundation exists to enrich the quality of public education in the 13 communities served by the Lewisville Independent School District, and serves as a vehicle for securing private funding benefiting LISD teachers and students. The vision statement is to become one of the premier education foundations in Texas through transformational partnerships, innovative fundraising, community engagement, and measurable impact benefiting every LISD student. Make sure I'm going the right way. Okay. Just a quick recap of the 25-26 school year. Overall, we awarded 478 scholarships for a total of $358,047. There were 7 fellowships awarded for $6,170. 45 teacher grants awarded at $70,425. That is low, obviously, and the main reason for that, as y'all know, is because of the book policies that we couldn't issue grants for. So we hope that will be able to be fixed by next year, and we'll be able to get all those back. 13 campus grants awarded, $47,900. 5 awards of excellence, $11,125. 3 special program grants at $28.75 for a grand total of $496,542, with a total 2025 revenue base of $1,316,853. And we're happy to say that we've been able to maintain our operational expense right at 21%. Wanted to show the employee giving card in there as well. Just real basic information on the number of pledged, 1,377 donors this year, which is very close to last year's, only a 2% difference, 2% down from last year, for a total of $114,000 pledged. You have this slide in your deck, so you can, if you have any questions on the distribution, we can do that. There are 4 core strategic priorities that I'd like to talk to you about today that we're looking to do this next year. Hopefully you can read some of those. I'm going to go over them. First of all, it's to expand our overall fundraising capacity. Our goal is to increase our annual unrestricted revenue to support our innovative educator grants, LISD targeted impact programs, and that's a new term that we're using this year, targeted impact programs. The quickest example or the most recent is what we're looking at doing with you on the teacher certificate programs, of funding a program such as that. That's a perfect example of something that we were made aware of, and we looked at it and said, yeah, this is something that we can do, and we're really looking forward to doing a lot more of these targeted impact programs and other district initiatives. The key initiatives to achieve the fundraising capacity is to develop additional, the first one is to develop additional official partner sponsorship categories. We did our first one this year where we have a bank sponsor that is known as the official bank of LEF. So we like that word official. We throw that name out there. They pay us a really nice fee for that. And then there's a lot of other perks and advantages that go along with that. We want to add more official partners to LEF in different categories. This being in banking, we're talking to Shields right now, doing one on the athletic side, and then one on the health side, and maybe automotive, and several different things that way. Increase major donor cultivation efforts, fundraising committees, outreach. We have both an external fundraising committee that we have formed that is all non-LISD employees, non-LAF. These are just philanthropy professionals in the area. There's politicians in there. There's all kind of stuff in there. We've had our first meeting. Went very well. And then we also have a outreach committee that we've put together internally, and so working together on really expanding that. Expanding the Corporate Leadership Society, recurring donor participation is always a big plan of ours. We plan to work, obviously, with our third-party consultant, AAP, on expanding the endowment campaigns. That's going to be a major role for us in the next several years to come, actually. Continue to expand the district-wide alumni program. We're very happy to get that thing going again. We started that when I was Director of Marketing for the district. We have a little over 1,000 kids signed up already. We always get a tick up when we put the flyers in with all the graduation folks. So they all, thanks to Mr. Will Skelton, got that all in for us this year. And we'll see another tick up with our graduates who, that's the time. We always say once they lose the LISD email, it's hard to get in touch with them. So we make sure we really get in touch with them before that to get them signed up. We're going to continue the strategy to increase the minimum endowed annual payouts now. Don't get this confused with we're increasing the capacity of funding for scholarships. We're increasing the capacity of the awards for a scholarship. Our goal is to get our approximately 70% of our scholarships that are in the $500 range into the $1,000 range. And we're going to be able to achieve that by simply making our minimum endowments $20,000 rather than $10,000. So now we're going to be pulling 5% of the $20,000 endowment. So that's the plan moving forward with our scholarships. Our targets for 26-27, as I said, we want to add 3 new official partner sponsors. Our goal is to increase our visionary partners by 2 accounts. Our visionary partners are the top rung of the ladder of our corporate leadership folks. There's several levels there. Visionary level is the top with a minimum investment of $50,000 or more a year. We want to add 2 to that category this year. We want to increase our CLS dollars by 60%, which we do feel very comfortable with that because we actually exceeded our 60% goal for this year of corporate leadership. So we think we can continue to do that, which will push it over the $400,000 mark for this next school year. Our goal is to increase the alumni database by 20%, and that's just a minimum. Hopefully we can continue to get those levels up with a lot of help. Our program goal to launch minimum endowments to $20,000. That will occur too. The second priority is to strengthen our community visibility and engagement. Our goal is to increase public awareness of LAF's impact across LISD and Denton County. The first key initiative to do that is to enhance our social media and video storytelling. Our social media efforts increased by 60% this last year, and we want to get to those levels again. Most of y'all know, very bullish on video, got a big, strong background in video production, and we are really bringing that forward. We're going to really have a lot more video storytelling from past recipients of grants, scholarships, and continue to build the story, just like Miss Madison over there. Great story that we have of her. So that's going to be one thing. Expand the district community event presence. We now launch a survey on every event that we do, which has really been beneficial to get community input from our events. What works, what doesn't work, what do they like, things like that. So we're going to continue to increase that. We want to increase our campus level engagement in-service training. That's something that, in addition to working with PTA, which I'll talk about in a minute, in-service training is we would like to have much more involvement and engagement with teachers during their in-service trainings during the year to keep them updated with teacher grants, what's going on, what the deadlines are, why to go after this one, and just all of the ins and outs of teacher grants. The next one is to develop student success story campaigns, as I said, creation of new media relations position, which we did. We had a part-time position. Roxana, some of you may know, has moved into the full-time position, and she is our social media guru and handling our media relations. We want to strengthen the alumni and family engagement, as I mentioned. We have started an ambassador PTA program on our board with Jennifer Webb. Some of y'all may know Jennifer. She is dynamite, and she will be a great ambassador to us on the PTA side. We've just introduced a new event that's going to happen in July, and it's we call it strictly a volunteer appreciation event. We've never done one before. It's going to be just a come and go, easy type event in Old Town Lewisville, and it's to thank all of our volunteers and to also recruit new volunteers. The success measures for this, to achieve these, the increased social engagement metrics will be there, the increased attendance, the volunteer participation, and the expanded media coverage. So all of those will be there. Number 3 is to enhance student and educator impact. Goal is to provide meaningful funding opportunities that directly impact student learning and educator innovation. And this plays into both the individual impact things that we were talking about earlier, but also mainly with teacher grants. Our goal here is, even though we were restricted because of the book policy, we weren't able to get out as many of them, we still want to make our goal a minimum of 100 teacher grants every year, increase it, continue to increase it, but for this next season, 100, which will more than double what we just did, and that will be on top of even if the book restrictions are still there, so we'll still be able to make that. As I mentioned, we want to increase the scholarship award dollars from $500 to $1,000. We're looking into exploring experimental travel scholarship opportunities. We've had some opportunities, 2 opportunities now that have come to us. Personally, I knew very little about them, but have learned a lot about them just recently. These people want to fund some travel scholarships, abroad training, and all kind of different things. I would like to work with LISD on how we can make some of that happen. I know that we weren't able to do some of those things in the past because of training and certain things we couldn't do and things like that. So we certainly want to look into that. As I mentioned, support emerging district target impact initiatives. I hope everybody will hear that term a lot as we move forward, because we're really excited about sitting down with the board and anybody else that you assign us to talk about certain impacts that we can make financially very, very quickly. To develop target donor-funded programs through AAP. That's going to be an ongoing thing. Our success measures for this are total grants awarded. The goal is to double. Our total scholarship dollars will be distributed. Our number of students will be impacted, and the number of educators funded, we will see a big change there. Number 4 is to build our organizational sustainability. It's something that LAF has lacked for many years, and we really want to strengthen our operational infrastructure to support long-term organizational growth and independence. We want to strengthen our board governance practices. Right now, per our bylaws, we can have up to 24 board members. We've been averaging around 18, 19, so we're looking into strengthening our ranks there. We want to expand our donor bases and our stewardship systems. We want to improve our financial reporting and transparency. which has improved tremendously with our outsourcing of our accounting firm. There are just so many new things, as I tell them, they're bringing us into the 21st century technically, technology-wise with some of this. Develop succession and leadership continuity planning. We're really going to start that. Our goal is that every employee, when they leave, they're going to be leaving their job in their position in a much better place than it was. And so we have to have succession and backup for that. Our success measures for this, operational transition milestones will be completed. Our board participation metrics will show these improvements. Our improved donor retention will be there, and our increased administrative efficiency as well. Our signature events and initiatives, these are obviously very big for LAF. We just came off of a major gala that we had that was very successful for us this year. It did very well from a funding perspective and basically sold out. And it went so good, we're going to replicate it. We're going to do it again the same basic way. It's going to be in January this year rather than February. Our LEF annual golf tournament has literally turned into one of the who's who and one of the largest tournaments around. Very proud of that. In fact, we didn't have enough golf land or courses to take care of all of our golfers this last year. So we've signed up with a new golf club who has 2 courses. And so our LEF golf tournament will basically have the potential of doubling in size. Our scholarships award ceremonies, and many of you were there, and thank you all very much for that. Just an awesome event. It's 2 back-to-back ceremonies at LHS with lots of people, basically standing room only for both of them. So obviously no changes suggested there. Corporate Leadership Society continue to grow. We're just going to continue to work with that to get those numbers up. And as I mentioned, our annual volunteer appreciation event will be something new, and it'll be a new event that we've never done before, and we're looking forward to bringing in many more volunteers because of it. Our alignment with LISD strategic priorities, LEF remains committed to supporting the district's mission by supporting student opportunity, encouraging innovation, building community partnerships, recognizing educational excellence, and enhancing student experiences beyond traditional funding sources. Our closing statement, I actually have 2 closing statements. Our closing statements for the strategic plan is the Lewisville Education Foundation is committed to building stronger partnerships, increasing community investments, and creating meaningful opportunities that positively impact students, educators, and families across LISD. Through collaboration, innovation, and responsible stewardship, LAF will continue expanding its role as a vital partner in supporting educational excellence throughout the district. And here's my personal close from me. As Executive Director of LAF, I want you to know how committed I and everyone at LAF are to this partnership. Our greatest successes have always come when LAF and LISD work together with a shared vision. I'm excited about what lies ahead and the many opportunities we will have to identify needs, engage our community, and bring new resources to our students and educators. We are proud to stand along LISD in that mission. With that, thank you very much. And we can now go to any of your Q&A that we can do for this.
Okay,
or
so
if
we'll
you
talk about the
or about the
strategic
MOU
plan.
or whatever you want to talk about.
Okay, we'll talk about the strategic plan priorities. Questions first. Dr. Barker.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a couple of questions. I noticed in the strategic priorities that there were 26, 27 targets for the first priority, but then when you moved to priorities 2, 3, and 4, we had those success measures but not targets. You mentioned 1 or 2 of those, so have those been like doubling the teacher grants, for example? Do you have those targets for 26, 27, and if so, can we get them?
Yes, you can get them. We didn't want to, after I read this thing over 5 or 6 times and it just kept getting longer and longer, I decided I'd try to break that down a little little bit, but I can get you those. I can get you the target and the measurables, basically, on how we're going to measure those targets.
Beautiful. So then a
Very good.
follow-up to that.
Very good question.
A follow-up to that is, how do you define success for the signature events, especially the fundraisers?
Well, I think the fundraisers to me are twofold. I mean, they're fundraising events, but they're also social events in reality. They're designed to get to work with the community and get the information out and meet a lot of people and improve our relationships. I think from a funding standpoint, for instance, the gala, we made more than we've made in a long, long time on that. It's actually $150,000 that we netted on the gala. Don't think that's ever been done before. So we think we have some new systems in place and some new ideas that we want to do that. I'm not sure if I'm really answering your question as far as how we're going to measure our success on fundraising events. I mean, simply by the numbers and by the dollars. We break it up in between everything from the different categories that generate revenue from a gala. There's usually 6 or 7 of them. This last one, we had a funded need program that generated the $20,000. That's going to be the kickstart for the teacher certification program. We had the auction, we had the live auction, the one live auction item, which was great, and then we had the silent auction items. So every one of those has its own revenue stream. Now, before the event, we actually put together a budget which is based on a wish budget. It's not an expense budget. This is what the numbers we would like to see in these revenue numbers. We just set them as goals, and then we work toward that. So at the end of the event, for instance, right after the gala, the day after the gala, we have a debriefing, and we go over all of these numbers and see the ones that we met, the ones we didn't meet, the ones that need improvement. And then we wait for the survey results, which usually comes a week later, and we make modifications based upon that as well.
The cost of those events, do they come out of that revenue, or is that included in your operational percentage?
The cost of the events are a couple of different ways. First of all, the corporate leadership was designed for this purpose by Dr. Tommy White a few years back. The whole thought is that rather than to have an event like a gala, a golf tournament, and all these, and having to go get sponsors and raise money that way, that the corporate leadership dollars does that. And so that takes a big portion, usually between 40 and 60% of the expenses. The other part of the expenses are paid strictly through sponsors.
Sorry, you keep bringing up new questions for me every time you answer a
okay.
question. So those corporate leadership dollars, is that included in your total 1.3 million revenue?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so does that account for some of what you're talking about for paying for those events? Does that account for the difference that we're seeing in terms of revenue versus what's paid out?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. I think
Yes.
I'm done.
Okay. Ms. Prosnick?
So I've got a couple of questions. The first one is, I'm very excited to hear about the teacher certificate program. So could you explain how that works, et cetera?
We are working with, Melissa has set us up with some of her folks in her department. Miss Hart, I believe it is, was one of them. And they are putting together the criteria and the strategies. We knew very little going in. This started out at an advisory meeting that Dr. Rapp had. It came up as a potential item that the district needed, and it was immediately, as I was making my own notes about what a great project this is, somebody else in the audience said, isn't this something that the Education Foundation could help out with? And it was funny you should ask. So we immediately started to, I set a meeting with Dr. Rapp immediately after that, or a phone call, I think, and she hooked me up with Melissa. And so all we really know at this point is that at any one given time, I think if I have my numbers right, there's approximately 100 teachers that are awaiting certification, and those packages run anywhere from, if I'm right, $120 to $200, somewhere in there. So whatever that number was, it came right to about the initial number of a $20,000 number, which just so happened to be the funded need number that we raised in our gala. So
Ms.
that.
Cobb is back there nodding, so, yes,
Am I
your
right on
numbers are
those
correct.
numbers, Melissa, or close?
Yes.
So it was ideal that the $20,000 that had already been dedicated to LISD in one form or fashion, we were looking for something else we could name it and we could call it, and so it was just perfect. So to me, and I'm glad you bring this up, because that is the type of things that I personally really want to hear more from LISD, that within the number structures like that we could help out with. I know there's a lot of other things that we can get involved that are tangible, that we can get our arms around and build campaigns like that. Because not only do we want to do the $20,000, we want to start a whole new campaign specifically for that and have it build every year up into an endowment or whatever we need to do to make sure that we have the monies. But we need some criteria that they are going to have to us within the next few weeks in preparation for us to present to our board in July.
So the board hasn't approved this yet?
They've approved the funded need dollars of the $20,000 deal. Yes,
Okay.
that's been approved, but the overall program and the campaign and how it's going to work and all of that, additional monies beyond the $20,000, then we have to figure out what we're going to do with that.
And
What
I
kind of
think, Ms.
campaign.
Prosnick, I appreciate your question too, because I would just add a little bit of extra context. At my business advisory meeting, we were talking about challenges the school district faces. So I share challenges with business advisory. I see them only twice a year. And Gary Henderson, when we were talking about, Mary sits on that business advisory meeting, and Bill sits on the business advisory group as well. We were talking about the challenge we have with the recruitment of staff and how expensive it is for teachers to get certified in our state, because we have brought before the LEF board before a list of ideas of what could be funded that lived very close to student needs. And so Gary Henderson said, well, could something like this be funded from the Education Foundation? And that was where the idea was birthed. But there's been other ideas that have been brought forward to LEF before.
I always appreciate new ideas. I'm going to tread into some territory here. Funding for us as a school district has really changed in the time that I've been on this board. And while I love the scholarship ceremony, that is $358,000 that leaves this district because it goes off to higher education institutes. And I'm not opposed to that. And where our need lies is in some of the things that you identified, the certification, and there's definitely some other programs that could use a boost of extra funding. And so I'm kind of surprised that you want to increase scholarships that would leave the district instead of wanting to increase those endowments for money that would stay in the district.
Well, a couple of thoughts there. I don't really personally agree that it leaves the district. I think Madison right there is a perfect example of a product that is a recipient of an LAF scholarship. Her and hundreds of others who have come back to LISD in so many forms. Now as a board member, phenomenal. What she brings to the table, I know you're trying to put a dollar figure on it, but I don't necessarily think that we should put dollar figures on all that as far as what's brought back to the district. So that's number one. I think that we're really not doing anything funding-wise for scholarships. Scholarships fund themselves. We have a $6 million endowment that is generating, thank goodness for the market over the last couple of years, has done extremely well, where we have actually been able to fund these scholarships, I don't want to say very easily, but it's been a very easy situation as compared to all of our other operational costs. But we don't we're not expanding anything, we're not exceeding anything. If you noticed in my priorities, we never said anything about increasing scholarships. We're increasing the awards of $500 to $1,000 only because the talk and the comments that we've had for years now, even when I was on the board 15 years ago, $500 didn't buy a book. Well, come forward 15 years, it doesn't buy a chapter in a book. So in order to increase the award only, we're not increasing scholarships, we're increasing the award amount only by changing the endowment minimum from $10,000 to $20,000. And that's going to be grandfathered. You know, all the ones that are already in there have to stay at the $500 level. We can't do anything about that. But going forward, we can change the endowment minimum.
So you're not looking to increase the number of scholarships?
No.
Okay.
No. We're looking to increase the scholarship award dollars, not the actual scholarship numbers. And as I said, and the reason for that, we don't want to sound negative with that, because I really don't want to, I don't like to say that, because there's a lot of donors out there that we have that give money to scholarships every year. I don't want them at all ever to think that we are dissing them in any form or fashion, that we're putting them below one of our priorities. That's what LEF has done for 35 years. That's who we are. Scholarships, grants, it's on our vehicle, it's on our mission. I mean, it's not necessarily spelled out in the mission statement. Dr. Rapp's looking at me. But it does say students and educators, and that's what we do. But so anyway, I hope that answers your question. That we are expanding our goal to the award side of scholarships, because $1,000 sounds a lot better than $500. I mean, it's still not great, but I think to help students out a little bit more, then, you know, hopefully that's going to work.
We can agree to disagree, because I think $1,000 invested in a kid in the district, in a program, or in an extracurricular is more impactful to this district than, to your point, that $1,000 doesn't do a great deal once you get to the university level and what it pays for. So we can agree to disagree on that.
I can understand that. And the amounts, remember the teacher grant amounts, the averages are in the $2,500 category, and we really want to boost those. I mean, the whole goal is to take everything we have basically and expand towards, whether it's these targeted impact things that we were talking about, or the, as we now call it, the educator, innovative educator grants. We got a different spin to them.
Thank you.
Ms. Lopez. Awesome. Thank you so much for being here this evening, and thank you for your kind words. I appreciate it. Yes, LEF did play a big role in my education journey, but I just really wanted to comment and almost confirm what both of you are saying, that those scholarships do play a critical role. They played a pivotal role in my life, but as you are saying, that it's a drop in the bucket, right? Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, I chose to go to the most expensive school in the state of Texas, and so that $1,000 and the other $500 scholarship I got, it was an encouragement to me, but it didn't necessarily move the needle in terms of, yep, got to take out that loan, right? And so I think, to your point, Ms. Prosnick, it would be, we'd be remiss if we did not say or touch on the fact that that $1,500 spent in district will push kids to go to the next level, like an SMU, or we saw salutatorians this weekend choosing Dartmouth and Cornell and amazing places. And so that $1,500 that stays here will go out and do amazing things and come back. And I think that there's an incredible opportunity that LEF has here to expand those opportunities, like teacher certifications and these targeted, what was the new term that you used?
Targeted impact.
targeted impact. I love that. And so I agree really with both of you with what you're saying, but I think I'm really looking forward to seeing how we can be targeted with those dollars here in our district. And it's amazing that we still want to encourage our students with those increased award dollars. So I really appreciate that and that next step there. My only question really was, for those teacher certifications, is that planned for this coming school year, or is that a little bit longer out?
I think, Melissa, if it could happen that fast, we're ready whenever Melissa tells us to go.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
we are
Thank
re-
you.
Because she doesn't have a mic, she said she would like for 26, 27, and get as many certified as possible.
We are ready when you are.
Okay.
Awesome, thank you.
If we don't have any other, Ms. Sells, okay?
I think for me, I'm really concerned about, and I've read teacher grants, and people that are in this room that have served with me know how I feel about the books being asked for. They're not my favorite a lot of times because it's so vague. But I'm wondering what LEF plans to do in terms of innovation to allow these teachers the opportunity to write a different type of grant. And I say that with the utmost respect, because as chair of the Texas Health Community Impact Board for Parker, Wise, and Denton counties, we face the same thing. And so I would encourage LEF to maybe look at a way of training the teachers to embrace the definition of innovation as far as what we're looking for, or what you are looking for is in LEF in those grants. I know for us as Texas Health, we did a day-long seminar for our grant writers, but that's not probably possible, but you could take snippets of that and maybe put on the website in terms of the definition of innovation. And where do you move from that definition to an impactful grant writing and something that's going to be impactful in your classroom? Now, for us, it was impactful within your nonprofit. But inside that classroom, I think there's a lot of innovation that the teachers aren't seeing as an opportunity to be able to write a grant. And I don't know how to move that forward, but I think that there's a lot of smart people in this room that could help us do that. And so I would love to, it concerns me because I know that there are sometimes there's money on the table that's not being spent, not being utilized, not that opportunity is gone because all we've got is grants written for list of random books that we don't even have list of the books. It's just books regarding history or whatever. And so I'd love to have that conversation. I'd be absolutely delighted to share with you what we did that day and just to try to move it forward from there.
I would love that. I tell you, there's not a day that goes by over the last, well, since we gave out the last grants, this exact discussion. And that's why, if you noticed in the strategic plan about our goal to get out onto the campuses, spend time with the teachers, the chiefs, everybody, all hands on deck to find out, what is it they need, what can we help with, but then also the innovative end of it, to think outside of the box. And maybe we can get some technology help with that as well. But I would really appreciate your help with that, because that is a real dilemma and something that when these numbers came back and we saw the drop in grants this year, you're right, there's money left on the table. And there's a whole other thing about, we had some, I don't know if it was the Colony, I'd have to look and see, but, a couple of the schools were just really lackadaisical in getting their grants even written. They didn't take advantage of them, and then we had very few. I know I was on when we had our meeting with the reading committee group, and I saw, particular schools that, what's going on here? I mean, is it an education process? Or do they look at it as they don't have the need, which I feel hard to believe. But, so there's all of that to get us in that and get us engaged in that process to start working with them on that. I'd love to work with you
Well,
and anybody that
Yeah. And
can
if they've written
help us with that.
grants for just books and not received them for 3 years, they're probably not writing them anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
So we've got to get them beyond,
Yeah. And has there been any, just as a question, has there been any change on any of that at all? I know that it was just kind of we had to take it 100% out. Is that still pretty much the case?
still, yeah,
I mean, with the changes from the 89th legislative session, that has to follow a very lengthy process.
Yeah.
And we've outlined that in board policy. Thank you, board. But I would say too that, I mean, we would be happy as a staff, and I appreciate to sit with anyone and sit with you all about the grant document, because I do think it should inspire people to ask for different types of things. I think first they should have to think, have I brought what I'm asking for forward to my principal? Is this something that can be accomplished in a different way, so that what is being brought forward are the things that really push learning in a different direction, set an example for others. So I definitely echo that we would be happy to be a part of any of those conversations as well.
That'd be great. Thank you so much, Catherine, for bringing that up.
Okay, so now we need to discuss the MOU. Board members have had this, it is in board book, and so how do we want to go about this discussion? Do you have anything you want to highlight real quick, Bill?
Not really, other than, there weren't that many changes really from the previous MOU. There was just a couple of things really here and there. Some of the responsibilities, relationships, mainly with our shift of bringing 100% of our staff on board. We're 100% responsible for the payroll, benefits, all that. There was some of that was covered. Just a couple of little things here and there. I know there was a discussion on the what equipment we're using, things like that. If there's any questions on any of that, I think it's pretty well addressed in there, but certainly understand if anybody has any questions on that. Our last pass, when it went back to you, had everything from our attorney, everything was done. The only change was some wording on the a board member that we were assigning, or that was going to be assigned to go to our meetings, that may be recused for one segment or something of a meeting. There were some words that were changed on that, which we agreed, I personally agreed with your attorney on, and Dr. Rapp, and those changes I think were made on I don't know if there is a final copy. That was the final that left my hands and went back to you. And so anything else is pretty much already in place, and we have no other questions on our end.
Okay, Ms. Taylor, Dr. Taylor.
Thank you. I appreciate that you were going through the changes, because just trying to remember what was in last year versus this year. But I wanted to ask two specific questions. One around the surcharge for the credit cards and debit cards. Is that unchanged from prior year?
It is, the policy that was put into place, once again, by Dr. White on that is still the same. Okay. I will say I do have, in anticipation of a question along those lines, I have a copy for all of you on the current pass-through situation that we have. There's about 18 accounts altogether. Most of these, the newest one is 2023. All these go back to 18, 19, 20, 21. There's a total of $146,794 in these accounts for the pass-throughs. Just to give you an idea, you were talking about the biggest one in there is the back-to-school fair. That's $25,000, and then there's incubator, but I have a copy here for everybody.
Yeah, I would love
but
to see
but that the pass-through cost reimbursement is mainly due to fees, whether they're credit card fees or just all of the management time that takes place. And so we haven't really had any pushback on that. We have waived a couple of deals going forward that were just so, we felt, we just didn't want to do it. Just didn't want to put that in there because we didn't want to put any negative spin to what they were trying to do. It was such a great idea. We didn't want to say, oh, and then there's another $100 charge you got to come up with. We didn't want to do it. So, we're kind of using our discretion with that, depending on how much work is involved. Some of them, like back to school fair, like incubator, that's a lot of work. You're talking, big dollars that incubator starts out with, and there's credits and debits that are going all the time, and we're managing 100% of that.
And then I had a follow-up question, I'm sorry. I think it was line items L. I just wanted to confirm that the revenue sharing is still at 60%, 40%, that isn't a change. That's still
Has not
on the-
changed.
Okay, thank you.
In fact, just to follow up on that, there's the first revenue, LISD will see the first revenue coming in because we had an account that didn't pay us for this last year, and we just received the check. So that's for bus ads. And the ongoing agreement with NFM and Grandscape and everything is exactly the way it was. Yeah.
Ms. Prosnick?
Thank you. So mine is in C3, which what defines a private session? That's not in there. What defines a private session?
C3? Mm-hmm. Okay. Realistically, we don't have a private session. We're not a part of the Open Meeting Act, so we don't have open and closed sessions. What we've done in the past is we basically tie it to a specific agenda item that may fall into a situation where that would apply. And quite honest, we haven't. I'm sorry. I don't want to just keep. Did that answer your question?
And then in the line, it says the president and or executive director instead of and. So what if you disagree?
Well, the only thing, and I know we looked at that before, the only thing I can come up with there, and I'm not an attorney, but I would think that would be left up to the board. I think that situation would be turned over to the board and say, you guys decide, what do you want to do? I really don't think, I can only think of one situation this year where that happened. And when I was on the board years ago, there was one situation that happened with our executive director that the board wanted to talk about him. It was not a disciplinary thing, but kind of, for our executive director at the time. And we had a liaison. I don't even think we had an appointed board member at that point. Maybe we did, but it was kind of more of a liaison. But we asked them to recuse themselves because it was personal with just our own board and board members. So in this last situation was simply due to the AAP agreement. That's a very complex, transformational agreement, if you will, that hits in the face of 36 years of history of LAF. So I didn't expect anything different than the board to say, we need to talk about this amongst ourselves to make a decision on what direction the board wanted to go, number one. And for me, from my standpoint, I was really wanting transparency. And I knew that the board, we may not have that kind of transparency if there was somebody on the other side there. Don't mean that negatively, but just somebody that would already have that knowledge, and the board hadn't even had a decision made. So sometimes I think there's some extenuating circumstances that are very personal. They could be very personal to LAF, to the board, to their history. We have a lot of traditional folks on our board that go back as long as I did on the board. But in the long haul, it all went very, very well. We did get the big vote that we wanted. We did have some abstain. We had I think we had one against and a couple of opposed, or a couple of non-votes, but we got it passed, and that was the most important thing to me. So that's, I don't anticipate that really, I don't anticipate it ever happening again, but it might, but we felt that it's probably best to put something in there that just gives both sides the opportunity to not really be involved in possibly one simple little agenda item. Certainly not a whole meeting or anything, just one little topic that may not, that may be, just should be handled amongst ourselves.
Do you have any other questions, Ms.
Yeah, I do. D2 and 4.
Sound like they're playing bingo.
I'm just going through the
D2?
MOU. I'm just going through the letters in the MOU and the
Okay,
points in there.
okay.
I guess I would like a timeline put in there because it doesn't have a date. I'd like a time, for example, every June or every August or whatever. I would like a timeline listed on there because it's very open-ended and it doesn't hold either party, in my opinion, accountable.
Absolutely fine. I have no problem with that. I
Yeah.
think right now, we just go by what Scott tells us on when the 990 is due and when he needs it from us, whatever date that is. And of course, we're already working on our audit. We just met with our audit team last week. So that will come, that has to happen obviously before the 990, so.
Yeah, I just think it would be good
But
just to
we-
also have it on our year at a glance.
But whatever dates y'all need for us to put in there that will help y'all more is fine.
And item G is real easy, is once this is approved to have it added to the document, the date that the month it was approved. I'm assuming your board did not approve this version of the MOU.
This version, yes, the only thing that
The board approved it?
of the MOU, yes.
I'm
Just
getting-
just this last version that,
I'm sorry, one of your
Well,
board
I-
members is,
this version that we have, not including the last piece of change that
so they have not.
that Deanne Bay
So
sent.
your board has not approved this version of the MOU?
Not this version.
Okay.
Right, because the only real changes that were made in this version was, as far as I know, was the thing about the person in the meeting. All of these discussions.
It was
that we-
also about who owned what and the responsibilities of employees as well. That was a big change this year.
Okay, but that was in the original version. That was in the version before this that was approved.
Before this version?
Right,
Okay.
right. So if any of these other changes that we're talking about today need to go back in here, if you guys want them in there, then we need to get that done right away, and I can get it to our folks right away. And we can get it, we're not having a June meeting, we're having a July meeting, but we can do something, I'm assuming, by email or by virtual or whatever, if need be, before the July meeting, if we need to.
We don't meet again until, well, we meet next Monday, and then we don't meet again, we take July off. We don't meet again until August, and not to be difficult, but LEF exists because we exist. And so I would appreciate that if your board approved it before you brought it to us.
Absolutely. And so all I need to know is the copy from you that you are done with it on your end, and we will get the signature on our end.
That's all.
All right. Ms. Dixon?
I don't have a question, I just have a comment. Thank you for your labor. I have a student in college currently, and I also have a friend that helps kids navigate college debt-free. And I have a friend who's a pastor, and he always says, it's not your job alone to save the world. You take your little piece. So thank you for taking your little piece, $500, $1,000, and helping these students make their way to college.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. You're exactly right. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so we will get changes over to,
Yes, we'll work on changes from input received. If you have any other input that you'd like to share, let me know, and I'll work with Bill to get changes reflective of y'all's discussion this evening. And then once we have something back that they've approved, if that's not in time for the June 8th agenda, then we bring it forward in August.
Okay. All right, great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Would you like copies of the pass-throughs?
Yeah, just leave them with Teresa.
Okay,
And thank you, Ms. Jacoby and Ms. Alcative back there. I see you frantically scribbling, so thank you for being here and doing your work, or doing the work for LEF.
Thank y'all. Thank y'all very much. Good to see everybody.
Okay, next is Superintendent District Goals. Dr. Rapp.
All right, Madam President, members of the board, I'm bringing back before you this evening the superintendent district goals we looked at from the scorecard that accompanies our long-range plan that was approved. You all gave me feedback, so I've made adjustments to a couple of the ones that I've highlighted because we will be bringing these back forward for your approval on Monday night. So the adjustments include that we adapted the 5.1.2 to be the parent survey question about communication, that not being what they score the teachers on, but really more reflective of the district. So we would still have the teacher on there, but it wouldn't be part of my Section 1 goals of the evaluation. I unselected fund balance meeting board policy as one of my Section 1 items, and now have highlighted 3.1.2, which was about the balanced budget. And then, yeah, I think those are the major changes. Just let me take one other look. But I think I got all the changes from the conversation that we had. The student learning goals stayed the same. Students comfortable talking to staff, attendance rate, decreasing students not engaged in activity, achieving the balanced budget, decreasing bilingual ESL waivers, parent survey about the district communication, and we left in increasing the amplification score on the work we're doing, telling our story in social media. If I missed anything, please tell me so I can adjust it. Yes.
Yes, 224, I know you changed it from it being 100% and we decided to target and stair step.
Yes.
I'm going to be blunt, I want to see 0% on there because the goal was 100%. And the board said, we're good with doing some targeted stair stepping.
Right.
But the goal should still be 100% instead of it hanging out there at 4% in 3 years.
Okay.
That's my personal feedback. I know this is my soapbox I get on about this goal. But it was 100, and so we've gone from 100% to 88% to 92 to 96. And
Yeah.
I appreciate the stair stepping and the targeted of how we're just looking at those kids, but the goal was 100.
Yes.
Which would in the way that you flipped it would be 0.
Right. And, this one was a hard one on the stair stepping because feedback was just a little mixed on whether to leave at 100 or not. So totally recognize. I'll be happy to adjust those back, but it was just walked away with a little bit mixed. So we got to 96. I'm happy to stair step all the way to 100. But yeah, that one was by far the hardest one to decide what to do with. So,
Dr. Taylor.
I recognize my colleagues' insistence on the 100% goal, but I do agree with Dr. Rapp. I think it was mixed because while that is a great goal, like goal somewhere off, that's, I don't know that it's 100% attainable based on what we said, because all students, 100% of them likely will not participate in some extracurricular or whatever. And I think we said a lot of that was around financing or finances, parents being able to get their kids back and forth to events or for whatever reason. Maybe a kid doesn't want to participate in something at school. Maybe they're doing something outside of school. So I would caution against the 0% and be realistic and feel like 96% is still a good standard.
well, and one way we could handle it, I didn't bring this up the night that we discussed it, but given that it inspired a lot of conversation, which I'm all about, I love it. Maybe we put an asterisk next to it. We've got the target for next year with the stair-step approach, which honors the feedback that we're not ready for 100% yet next year. So, and every year we bring these back again are we still highlighting these, still adoption? So maybe at that point, we revisit. And that way we got a little bit more information, recognize the fact this isn't an easy one to narrow
And I'm
down.
sorry Mr. Lee left, because this would have been a great targeted impact thing for the finances. Yes, yeah, for the finances, for those students to be able to participate in that.
Put it on my LEF list.
I think that's great. Do you have some? Okay, go ahead, Dr. Barker.
Thank you, Madam President. I do a lot of goal setting in my day job. In fact, I had conversations today I had 2 sessions with groups of people on goal setting. So I think one of the things that I don't think we landed on, and I think that's the reason why this is mixed, is whether this is an aspirational goal or whether it's an achievable goal, right? And those two are very different things. Whether we want it to be a truly aspirational goal of like, we want this to be the goal, obviously we want 100%, but is that achievable at the end of the day? That's what we have to decide. Where are we going to land on that? Are we going to land on the aspirational side? Or are we going to land on the achievable side? So I think we tried to find some balance between those two, and that's where some of this conversation is coming from. I like the idea of the asterisk, because what I wrote down, and I said it today in my sessions, even continuous improvement needs continuous improvement. So this whole process, going back to the long-range plan, adjusting, tweaking, it's an ongoing thing. As we see that something isn't working the way that we want it to, we have to have the flexibility to go back to it. So that's my only comment. Thank you.
Were you going to say something, Seth?
We were looking at each other going, yes, because I do like the asterisk approach, because I really believe that, especially on that one, because I think for me it's an aspirational goal, because I see the difference that it makes in a kid's life. But when you've been a mentor for CIS&T as long as I have, you also know that there are those kids that are they're just wanting to get a diploma, and they don't want anything else on their plate. They've got enough when they get home to deal with. And so, having said that, though, I want to continue to work on that end to make those kids have that same opportunity that the rest of the kids do. But I love the fact that if it's an asterisk, it really highlights the fact that this is one that we care about and that we want to look at again every year. Because that data is what drives the data moving forward and drives not only our decisions, but our efforts within the community.
And I appreciate the conversation, because this is section 1 of my evaluation. So aspirational goals in your section 1 are a whole other type of commitment. So I appreciate this level of detail around this, and just the flexibility to keep, it's highlighted as a section 1 goal to give it the importance it deserves and say this is important to us as a district, and to keep working on what's the right lane to get that measurement where we want to be. And if something's not working for students, to Ms. Sell's comment and coupling it with Ms. Prosnick's comment, then where can the Education Foundation step in? Yeah.
Okay, great. I love a good compromise. Okay. All right, now we're going to move on to the Student Services Report, and we're going to do the Student Transportation Update. Mr. Skelton and crew, I'm guessing, is coming up here. Okay, great. Welcome. School's out.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. It's so good to be here, and thank you for the opportunity to provide you with this annual update. Really a kind of a year in review, and we have some specific information to share, but also just some takeaways from the year. As I look back over the course of the year, I realize, although it doesn't feel like it, I've only been in this role since spring break, and it feels like about a year. So, but I'd like to It has been, and a year of learning and growth, and we're really excited about next year. So, of course, I have at my side our Executive Director, Mr. Cleve Ryan, our Director, Lisa Gardner, and our Executive Director of Special Education, Tina Clark. So I'd like to thank them for joining me on this presentation tonight. And we'll go ahead and get started. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Ryan for the next couple slides.
See some of you yesterday at Gray. There we go. Too many buttons over here. So, busting by the numbers, some of the things that we've gone over before, but we've got 199 routes established. 135 of those are, then we have 135 shuttles. 75 LISD coach drivers, and we're trying to get that number up with our retired coaches. We have 2 of those now helping us out. 10 LISD Suburbans and 10 White Fleet vehicles. We started the school year with 209 routes, and we consolidated some of those for more efficiency. Our staffing, from August, of course, it's always really high at the start of the year. Did drop some with drivers, but from 2026, our driver staffing has been pretty consistent. And we'll have a job fair tomorrow also, so we're hoping to raise some of those numbers through that tomorrow. Our monitors, again, started off strong August, but then stayed pretty consistent throughout the school year as well, too. So. Go ahead.
Okay, Ms. Gardner, I think you have the next 2. Okay, I'll do it. Okay, so we really looked at the new start times and tier changes for our middle schools and high schools for next year. And, as we know, we've switched the order of those. And looking at it, there are less routes at the middle school level. And so putting middle school in the middle will create some opportunities for us to hopefully have an even higher percentage of delivering students to school on time. It's not a huge discrepancy. It's not a huge number. I think we're around 14 or 15 less routes at middle school right now than we are at high school. But I believe that decision will help us get students to school on time at both of those levels at a higher rate next year. Okay. Looking at the driver shortage impact just as a whole, we looked at that and kind of try to determine where are we the most impacted, and it was those routes, 320, 327, 336, and 337 out of Purnell. And the schools that were impacted were Central Elementary, DeLay, Donald Elementary, and we looked at those, adding routes for number 338 and 300 would have resolved these issues. However, we just needed additional drivers, and that's something that we're going to have to continue to work on to make sure that we start the school year with a plan to get all of these students to school on time. It's a major goal for us, but we wanted to share that with you so you knew what our challenges were and what we're going to be working on for the summer. So hopefully start the year and with a great plan. Okay, looking at ridership, overall, we wanted to just show you, how that ebbs and flows throughout the school year. And, what we did was we broke it down by which bus barn they came out of. And so looking at the range coming out of Mill Street, from August through May, our lowest number of students that we were transporting was 629, and highest was 756. And it looks like we'll see continued some trends, like with a dip in January, starting the year pretty consistently in August, and then dipping down in January, and then, of course, dipping down in May is going to be something that you see in the next couple slides. Ridership out of Purnell, we were at the lowest end, 7,600 students that we were taking to and from school every day, and on the high end, 8,620. Some continued trends, not as much of a dip off in May as what we saw at Mill Street, but also a lot more students that we were transporting on a regular basis. And in the colony, our numbers were 5,936 on the low end, and you'll see this is the greatest variance that you'll see out of the 3 bus barns, but at the highest, 8,427. With, you see some major drop-offs throughout the fall, leading all the way through December. Actually, an uptick in January when we started back, and then, you know, at May, we saw a drop-off as well. So that's something that we're going to continue to look at through this summer as we review how we are routing, as we're continuing to bring routing in-house. How can we efficiently route these and plan for and predict these trends, you know, at the different bus barns next year? And we're going to track this data throughout the year next year too, to see if we can just help continue our efficiency and consistency in getting our kids to school. Okay, turn this over to Tina Clark.
Hello, everybody. So this school year, I think we've done a very nice job as a department as we have transitioned to in-house routing and transportation, with really streamlining our processes for determining eligibility for special education transportation. So we are identifying students to make sure that they are appropriately placed when riding special education buses. We've also just had tighter controls for pickup and drop-off locations, as you know, with working with families that we are transporting children between school and home to school. So those conversations have gone well, and we have really tightened that up. When we're looking at the number of eligible students, we started the current school year with 1,032 students on special education transportation buses. We are anticipating 927 at the start of the upcoming school year, and that really is the result of just cleaning up and making sure that we are maintaining and staying consistent with our own procedures and practices. And then, of course, we are continuing to collaborate with the transportation department. Just after spring break, we started talking about all of the students who need a special education route at the start of the school year. And so Ms. Gardner and my team have all really been working well together to make sure that we have a plan in place for all of our kiddos moving forward.
You know, I'd also like to thank Ms. Clark. I'm not sure, Ms. Clark, if you knew how involved you would be with transportation at the beginning when you started with us, but you did jump right in and help get through a very difficult time, and I appreciate your help with that. I'm sure our families appreciate you as well, so thank you.
Thank you. I'll maintain my transportation Tina status.
Yep. Okay, just wanted to give you a timeline, really just for your reference on our summer school plans and summer transportation issues. We have our ACE program, May 26th through July 7th. I won't read through all these. They're right there for you, but really just wanted you to have the timelines for when we're providing all these programs that we're providing transportation for. Okay, summer school routes, we have 47. We have, of those, 17 of those are serving students, for students who are served through special education, and 30 gen ed routes. Our staffing right now is we have 47 drivers with 4 substitutes and 16 monitors, and 2 substitute monitors. And then we also have a call center for our parents that is set up and operational. Okay, Stop Finder Parent Tracking app. This was, as I was preparing for tonight, I wanted to make sure that I got back to you on a couple other things. Just recent numbers, just for your reference, are in March we had 9,334 activated accounts. We added 80 in April, and then another 194 in May, bringing us to 9,608 total subscriptions. And so one of the questions, I believe at the, it might have been the March board meeting, was how many unique families did that indicate that we were serving? So we're able to get that answer, and of those 9,608, there are 6,646 unique subscriptions. And so the way that I have learned this is if I'm a parent and I have my own subscription, and I have 2 children that I track, that is one unique subscription, you know. And so if I added my 2 children to that subscription so that they could also get the same information, I have my one unique subscription, but now I have 3 total. And so that's the difference between the 6,646 and the 9,608. And if you have any more questions about that, if there's anything else that we need to look into, please let us know. I'd be happy to do that. Okay, call center data. Yeah. So this has led to many discussions about what we need to do at the beginning of the 26-27 school year. Now, in addition to really focusing our communication, on our efforts on communication with families and getting them information early and making sure everyone feels very confident with what's going on with our families that are trusting their kids to let us take them to school and bring them home. We hope that will bring down the number of calls that are needed at the beginning of the year, but at the same time, we're working right now to work on a call center plan for the first couple weeks of school so that we can respond faster, get them accurate information, and continue to build that relationship with them. So we're working on that. That is something that we're going to put in place at the beginning of the year, and then also review at times, do we need to bring it back in January when families are getting ready to return to school? And that's something that we're going to talk through and then report back to you. Okay, bus discipline. As I looked at this graph, it mirrors what my experience was as a campus principal with campus discipline. And so, I don't think it would surprise any of us that we had a major uptick in May. The students are getting ready for summer, and in August it looks a little low, and that's mostly because we have about half the number of school days in August. And so that number, if that was a full month, could be higher, but at the same time, that's when we're communicating expectations. That's when students are learning what our expectations are. And so seeing those come down through the fall, to me, shows that we're getting more consistent with our communication with our students. And then a little uptick in January, February, that doesn't surprise me. And I think, though, it helps us think about things. There are some parallels with how things work on school buses and how things work in classrooms, and there's some things that are different. But one just fundamental skill in working with kids is communicating expectations and being clear with our follow-through when those expectations are not met, and also in communicating with our families. Bus discipline is something that's really very important to us. One, because, of course, all kids if kids need to ride the bus, they need to want to ride the bus also. They don't need to be worried about behaviors that are occurring around them. And so we want our bus drivers, if you're listening, I hope you're hearing this, and I know you're experiencing it and hearing it from our leadership, but we want them to feel confident in addressing behaviors on the bus and supported, the same way that our teachers need to feel that from our administrators. And so that is something that we're continuing to evaluate and work on as we plan for next year. Okay, our RFID badge pilot that we did at Independence Elementary School. First of all, I'd like to thank the teachers and administrators at Independence. I'm sure that was a fun phone call when they learned they needed to help us with something additional in May. But it gave us a lot of important information, and really it helps us identify more things that we need to identify with, what's it called? CI Solutions? Yeah, in working with them as we plan for the rollout for next year. We're still planning to roll this out next year, but we learned that we need to go back and discuss several things for that to be successful. And so more information is coming on that, but we need more information, and we need to learn more about this process before we're ready to roll this out across the district. Okay. Mr. Ryan, are you going to talk about field trips? Okay, thank you.
All right. So field trips, the coverage times are, between routes. And the earliest time for us to have field trips is usually after the first routes, from around 9:30 for those times. And the end time for the field trips is having to get buses loaded and back to schools, at 1:15 p.m. Field trips, they can impact the rest of the day if people are running behind, different field trips and things. And we're going to look at those, some that are in LISD boundaries and some of those that are also LISD boundaries, and adjust times as needed. Transportation remains committed to supporting campus programs, student learning opportunities by providing safe, reliable, efficient transportation services for educational and extracurricular activities throughout the district. So we've had a lot of field trips and filling those, but the staff steps up on those. It's pretty amazing.
Okay, driver absences. This is something that we've really worked a lot on since this item first came up, or I don't know about first came up. First came up for me in March when I was new on the job. But I wanted to share some information and also some context with you regarding our driver absences. So some big picture pieces of data that I'd like to share. This year, we had 1,177 absences recorded this year, this school year for our drivers. Now, when I thought about, I looked at maybe the low end, I don't know if it's the very lowest, but one month we employed 187 bus drivers. And so if I think about 187 bus drivers that work 176 school days, that's about 32,000 days of work that are covered by those people. And when I looked at 1,177 absences recorded this year, that's a pretty good attendance rate, for our bus drivers. And so I think that's something to be very proud of, just in general, and I wanted to share that with you. Of those 1,177, I want to share with you that about 12% of those were medical leave-related absences. And so about 12% of that number were medically related. About 4%, just big piece of data for you also, 4% of our drivers were absent 30 days, so that's a number that we need to work on, and we're going to continue to kind of review that, what's going on specifically with those 4%. 37% of our drivers recorded at least one absence this school year. 24% were absent less than 10 days, and 33% recorded at least one planned absence. And so when I think about that, the note at the bottom was that, and this was very impressive to me, 63% of our drivers drove every single day with no absences. And so huge shout out to our bus drivers for that, that level of commitment. And when you meet our bus drivers, it's not surprising. They love talking about their kids and their families. And so I'm very proud of that 63% who didn't miss a day. That means that 63% of our routes were extremely consistent. And I know that we want to be higher than that, and doesn't mean that those 37% weren't, but I think that that's a point of pride for them and for our transportation team to be proud of. Okay, Ever-Driven, Ms. Carter.
Good evening, everyone. So when we look at Ever-Driven played a huge role with us this past school year. We peaked at 125 ridership. The goal moving forward is for us to meet with Ever-Driven late this summer so that we can ensure that they have those procedures and guidelines in place for safety that meet LISD standards as well as the state standards and the transportation department. Anticipation for the 26-27 school year, we do again anticipate the need for Ever-Driven. We will have McKinney-Vento students, new students that are not currently routed, as well as special ed students that we will need to transport, route and transport.
All right, and then looking ahead, we're excited about this summer and getting to do a lot of work and planning so that those first day calls are much lower. But I think some of this will be helping as a in-house routing, beginning that, starting that with our routers that we've gotten hired, just more efficient, being more consistent. Lead driver program we're very excited about, getting that started with higher expectations from some of our drivers, problem-solving abilities, a sub-pool, growing some of our drivers also to be able to step in different leadership roles. As Mr. Skelton talked, our positive student behavior, just reaffirming that, just being more positive on our rider experiences. And that's going to help with driver retention as well, too. The RFID badge rollout plan for better family experiences and be able to consistently, follow along. And then continuing to refine LISD guidelines and our standard operation procedures during this time. And our last slide here, it's just we're going to work on our transportation website, just redesign it, and that way we can also just get better communication with families and staff and just information out. And then just continue to focus on recruiting and retention, efforts. And so we've got highly trained, supported, valued, and appreciated staff, and deliver exceptional experiences for students and families. That's just one thing we're striving for. So we just thank you for your time. I'm looking forward to the start of the school year already.
And I'd also like to thank you too, and thank you, Mr. Ryan. It's been quite a ride, no pun intended, with transportation this year. And what I'm most impressed with, though, is the ownership that our leadership takes, and the pride that our drivers and all of our staff members have. And really, what I am excited about is our growth, is the growth mindset that I see. You know, we're learning, and it doesn't take a year to put new things in place. Like we're you know, as soon as we can make something better, that's what we want to do, and that's what we'll continue to do. And we're looking forward to a great start to the school year next year, and a very consistent experience for all of our families. So I'd like to thank this team, and please let us know if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you guys very much. Ms. Dixon.
I have a bus rider, and I've seen some improvement. So I have one question as a mama and a comment from my bus rider. My question is this tracker app going to be ready to go on day one for school? And my comment from my bus rider is he would like the ride from school at the end of school to be a lot shorter, from the schoolhouse to his house, because it's about an hour and some change right now.
To your first question, yes, ma'am. We will have that. That will be up and ready and rolling. And we will do our very best on your second question. But I need to look at that with our team. I'm sure I'm in the same boat, you know, close, maybe not over an hour, but close to. And so that is something that we're working on. Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Sells?
I've got just a couple of things. Are there, in years or in presentations past, we've seen the number of drivers we have and some that are in training. Do we have anybody still in training even though school has ended at this time? And are we doing recruiting this summer?
We do not currently have any trainees in training because of the end of the school year, but we do anticipate filling up our training class with the upcoming job fairs.
Okay. And then, are y'all going to be at the back-to-school fair with
the campuses?
Well, I think that you could capture some of these families that are not on the app being at the back-to-school fair.
So last summer and currently this summer, there are schools that have reached out to us, and we do have teams that double up and attend the campuses. And we have identified those high-need campuses with the bilingual families that need that support. And we do have staff now that are hired on and will be attending those
Right.
campuses.
And I'm talking about the LISD back-to-school fair.
Yes, ma'am.
I also think that it might be a place to recruit from. And I think that that's a missed opportunity if you're not there, if your presence isn't there, not only to gain parents on that app, but also to maybe have a conversation with a parent that maybe is looking for a job, maybe not even a full-time, but maybe we could get them in on something, or they might know of somebody. So I think that when we have those families in there in a space like that, and most of those families use a bus service, we're missing an opportunity. So that, do we follow discipline on the buses by any feeder pattern? And when we see a bus that's having continual discipline issues, what is the process for retraining the driver, and do we put a monitor on that bus, or?
That's something that we will start this upcoming school year. Dr. Rapp mentioned to us that it would be a great idea to have a bus monitor on gen ed buses, because now we have the monitors on the sped routes only. So what we did was we have a new student discipline coordinator, and she is tracking the discipline. She has a spreadsheet she started where we can see those, I'll say high offenders, those that are reoccurring behaviors. So we did do a trial, and we had a monitor along with the student discipline coordinator. They identified a high needs route, and they rode the bus for 2 days, and it made an impact.
Great.
So that is the goal, but we do track the data. We will be more consistently with the upcoming school year.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for getting those numbers for us for the unique. That
Yes,
tells
ma'am.
us a different story than just that overall number. And then I'm hoping that all that 63% with that perfect attendance are all coming back, and I hope that they were celebrated in some way. And I know that that's probably a doable number, but if you could get at least me and maybe the rest of the board their names, I'd love to drop them a note.
Thank you.
Because it's impactful. And I think maybe they need to hear from somebody else that what they do is crucial to the education of those students. So if we could just get their names and the bus barns they're at, and maybe we could drop off notes for anybody that would want to do a few or all of them, we would love to send a personal note.
Thank you so much. And also, just in response to your question and your point about the back-to-school fair, I think it's a great idea. Honestly, it's just something, maybe you have talked, we haven't talked about it yet, but I think it's a great opportunity to engage with our families. And just, so we'll get back to you on that, but we'll see if that's something that we can attend. So, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Prosnick?
Thank you all so much for the presentation. I have a question on absences, which is an absent counted if it's AM or PM or either or both? Because in the data that you showed us back in March, you showed the chart where it was AM and PM. And so my question is, of the 1,177, did that just happen in the morning? And did it count like once a day or twice? Do you understand what I'm asking?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Ms. Gardner?
So we started counting the AM and the PM because initially when we first reported, it was just straight absences. And then with the questions that the board brought to us, then we started doing the AM and the PM. And this data does have the AM and the PM absence in it.
Okay, so, and I know it's different in how it's tracked. And so I know that's where the question gets confusing. So if I was a bus driver and I did my route in the morning, but I didn't do it in the afternoon, am I part of the 1,177? Does that make sense? Or am I counted as does that make sense, being there, and I'm not part of that? I'm just trying to understand the data more than anything else.
And so, and I'll take that because I definitely was a lot at looking at this data in terms of coming back around these answers at questions that had been in previous meetings. And one of the things that, and I appreciated the opportunity to talk to Ms. Prosnick earlier today as well about the absent data. One of the things I think for us moving forward, whether it's discipline, absences, those are two key critical ones, but also time on routes is another one, is the tracking of these systems. Because as we were building this transportation system this school year, we were having to make a lot of adjustments with every month with what we saw. So the 1177, we would need to go back and now break that up. I was really looking for trends and patterns. I told Ms. Prosnick, as I was looking at this for tonight, I was looking at what did we face for the whole year? Because we came before you every single month, and sometimes what we presented shifted a little bit based on the questions from that previous month. And so we didn't really get to sit down and say, hey, what do we want this absence data to look like? That became an add-on as we were getting phone calls from parents and you all were seeing things. And so we really need some time to say, here's what we're going to collect around absence data. Here's how we're going to break it out. Here's how we're going to be able to report it. We were talking today too about just even how absences are entered in frontline for teachers. Makes sense, but does that make sense for transportation? Because we lifted some existing systems for transportation for bus drivers, and bus drivers going on frontline, that may not be the most expedient thing for them. And when that doesn't happen, that impacts our ability to collect and track data. So that to me is critical as we move forward. I just really wanted to look at trends and patterns across the year and think about what have we been asked, and what do we have an issue with when it comes to absences? Do we have a lot of people that are absent? Because we've looked at all this AM and this PM and all the things. I don't know why I'm getting animated with my hand gestures all of a sudden, but what do we have on our plate? And so that's really something I think we've got to establish better to give the picture to y'all starting out from the front about absences this coming school year.
I think it will tell a more complete apples to apples, oranges to oranges story than the piecemeal. Kudos to 63% of drivers. I think that is something definitely to be celebrated. I do have couple questions. What is the sub-pool goal? I know you've got just a couple for the summer, and I know you want to grow that for the year. So what is the goal to have?
Y'all's lead driver program has six?
Seven.
Seven. So the lead driver program is the new creation for having a sub pool. I know you all heard from our parent who gave good feedback about you wish you could have subs, right? And CDL subs are not a pool that you can have quickly. But what we've learned from Scott Sellers, who's been working with us this year, he recommended a lead driver program that gives our really stellar drivers an opportunity to develop leadership and succession plan where they could be ready to step into other roles, and it also gives us a sub pool. So they'll have 7 of those lead drivers that can step in, and then of course you have some people that work in the office spaces that also can drive, but 7 lead drivers would be the sub pool.
And then did y'all join TAPT?
We went to our first meeting,
Very good.
and they gave us a shout-out. They did ask when we would be hosting the next meeting. So I said, oh, Dr. Rapp would love that, and the board.
Well, we're going to have a new bus barn pretty soon, so.
Yes.
Yes, but we did, we have to wait until the opening enrollment for the upcoming school year, but the plan is for us to join.
Dr. Taylor?
I had a question about how many routes we started with. For some reason, I thought the number was 200 and something. Was it?
It was approximately, I think it was 200, 202. Mhm.
Okay, and what was the reasoning, I guess, that it dropped? I mean, it's not a big difference.
Drivers resigning,
Okay.
going
got
to
it.
different districts.
Okay,
Yeah, I would say on that first slide, you're right, Ms. Taylor, Dr. Taylor, we had started out the school year with 209 routes.
Yeah.
Actually, while, yes, we had some staffing changes, the other thing that Lisa did roughly February-ish, the unintended consequence of the ice days was she got to spend some time with routes.
Oh,
And
got
said,
it.
Dr.
So she
Rapp, I
worked
think
on
we
that.
can consolidate some routes.
consolidate
So
them. Okay.
consolidated some for efficiency as
that
well.
makes sense. And with respect to the driver shortage, how close are we to having, positions filled? Is it a 70%? Is it 80%? Do we know what that number is?
We don't have an exact number. We have a
Okay.
lot of bus drivers who are not too familiar with technology, so
Oh,
trying to
gotcha.
get those letters signed has been a chore
Okay.
for Cleve.
But we ended, around 187. We feel like if we can get over 200, that's really going to help us out.
Gotcha.
So,
Okay, and then my other question, I think Clark answered it. I wanted to know why the decrease in the sped routes by about 100, and it sounds like you answered that. Stop Finder, I had a question that was sort of answered already. The 6640 of unique subscriptions, how many, what was the expectation? How many, what's the participation rate of the parents or the users of the app? Does that make sense what I'm asking, I guess? Yes. How many?
How many riders versus how
Yeah.
many people have the app?
So we have about 23,000
Eligible riders.
eligible riders,
Okay.
and of those, our stuff. But as far as what was the expectation or the initial goal, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Do you guys know? We need to get back to you on that?
Okay.
Okay, we will.
Sounds good. And then my last question is, I actually had 2 other questions, but I think you had mentioned there was a 2,500 student reduction in ridership with the Colony, but I think you mentioned you were investigating that or looking into that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then my final question is, how do our absences line up against industry standards for absences, if we know that information? Just want to know how well or not well we're doing when we compare with other districts, school districts of our size.
We've not done a comparison with the
Okay.
neighboring districts.
Got it.
We always hear that's just the transportation world,
Understood.
but as we like to know, we function with data.
Yeah.
So that's something that we can work on, especially with Cleve and I becoming members, and not only just us, the
Yeah,
management
I think-
team becoming members of this organization so
I think
that
that
we're
will be
around
helpful, so you'll have
like-minded
that data.
individuals. Right,
Correct. Okay, that's all I had. Thank you so much.
absolutely.
Great job.
All right, thank you. I just want to say real quick, wow, how far we have come in this year. And I still am glad that we've done this. And I think you guys are doing a great job. and enjoy your summer, and I'm sure you're going to make lots of tweaks, and we'll see lots of cool things come fall. So thanks y'all so much. Okay. Next is the Accountability and Evaluation Report, Knights High School Annual Program Evaluation for Optional Flexible School Day Program. Dr. Fitzhugh is going to come join us with friends.
Good evening. Tonight we're here to present the annual Knight High School update. It's part of the optional flexible school day program that TA offers. As part of us renewing that or applying for the waiver, we have to do an annual program evaluation just to update you on how it's implemented. We've been doing this since 2008, 2009, so it's quite a long time. We have Ms. Upshaw, Ms. Gertie, and Ms. Curry up here to assist with the presentation, and with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Gertie.
Good evening. First, I just wanted to say, I know all of y'all were at our Knight High School graduation, and we are very thankful that you were there to help celebrate our students with us. We graduated 31 this year, and it was a very special day, and we just wanted to thank you all for being a part of that with us and for our students. So we will go through here. So our mission is to provide a flexible school hours in the evening with the additional support and interventions for 9th to 12th grade LISD students at the Lewisville Learning Center to increase successful course completion, high school graduation, and transition to post-secondary education and/or career choice. So we have the 9th through 12th grade, as I said, and there's all that stuff there. You can read it. But we have core and elective courses. The students that graduate through Knight High School, that just like at a traditional school, they still must take and pass all of their state required courses and meet all of the graduation requirements for high school. And we started, this program was originally implemented in the 2009-2010 school year. There's just some information on the different half credits that we had offered through Knight High School. Knight High School teachers, they do teach 2 classes at night, but for them to be full-time teachers, they have to teach 3 classes, so they all come in and either teach a 3rd period or a 4th period class at the Learning Center. But we also do have Knight High School students that come in during that 4th period class. So they may have a Knight High School teacher. Most of them will have another teacher because they need one of those, probably one of the lower level courses that we don't teach at Knight High School. We primarily teach the junior, senior levels during the Knight High School based on the need of the students. So we have lots of different information on here. We have, 4 teachers, a counselor, Ms. Curry. She also does middle school. I'm the administrator at Knight High School, but I also work with LLC. We have a nurse, part-time nurses, adjunct teachers. We average, 40 to 45 students a term. We have, like I said, we had 31 students graduate. We have 11 of our current Knight High School students that are coming back next year. We did have the opportunity to serve free dinner every night, and dinner was a great time. We got it down to a science, and we did about 18 to 20 free dinners a night, and it was really great this year. I just want to brag on child nutrition real quick. Our cafeteria at the Learning Center did 3 different menus every single day. They have a middle school menu, a high school menu, lunch menu, and then they did a separate hot meal for Knight High School this year. And we had meatball subs, we had breakfast for dinner, we had bacon cheeseburgers. Occasionally we had the hot dog and the corn dog, but they loved those too. And but our child nutrition staff there at Learning Center was awesome, and One of them was even one of the finalists this year for the Child Nutrition of the Year. But they do a great job in taking care of Knight High School. But we served them dinner every night between the classes, and I feel like that was really important because a lot of our kids that come there, they either work or do whatever during the day, and that could be their only hot meal they get that day, is we're feeding it to them at Knight High School at 5:45 every night. And we made it fun, Miss Curry and I, so that was something great that we did. Miss Upshaw got to see that a couple of times. We have, over the past 7 years through Knight High School, we've had 267 graduates that are just full-time Knight High School graduates. This year, we served 105 students part-time, and what we consider a part-time Knight High School is they go to school somewhere else during the day, one of the 5 high schools or even the Learning Center, and then they come to Knight High School at night in addition to going during the day. So we had 105 of those. We had 60 just Knight High School. We do an outreach program where we get the dropout list, and the Knight High School teachers and we made 110 phone calls and sent 150 emails saying, hey, you're not enrolled in school or you're showing on our dropout list. If you're not enrolled, would you like to come to Knight High School? And we actually got some students to come. So we had 10 Knight High School students come just from us reaching out. Now, that doesn't sound like a lot, but that's 10 that were on the dropout list. But I will tell you that even though not all of them came to Knight High School, we were able to work that dropout list and figure out, oh, you really are enrolled in school. Okay, where are you enrolled? Can you get us that information? So we also are able to help with that information as well, or even, let people know what the processes are or what we have. Like we said, we had 31 graduates. We had 2 from Flower Mound, 3 from Hebron, 17 from LHS, 6 from Marcus, and 3 from the Colony. And those were just our graduates. There are some changes coming for next year. So when LLC moves to Kilo, sometimes during the school year, Knight High School will also be going to Kilo with them. And they are anticipating, or we are anticipating, that sometime in the spring that we're going to have some sort of a Knight High School program that will be able to be at the Colony High School as well. So maybe that will help with some of the Colony and the Hebron, and encourage them to start taking some Knight High School classes there too, because we do not provide transportation for Knight High School. And I think one of the things that helped with the LHS and the numbers there is, well, we're already in Lewisville, but LHS also has the Go Zone program. So when students, excuse me, could get a Go Zone home for 75 cents or whatever it was, whereas if they lived in the Colony, they couldn't do that. Sorry. So hopefully when we can start ramping up our program there, I don't anticipate it being a full program, but even if we just start offering some classes there to get it started and start providing some services there at the Colony. And these are some graduate testimonials. I'm not going to try to read them to you, but I'll just let you take a look at them real quick. These are from some of our current graduates. And during the ceremony, I know you're all on stage, you probably couldn't see them, but their pictures and their testimonials were up when we were waiting for them to start. So yeah. And then there's some of our pictures from this year. So. But again, we were just very proud, and it's been a great 2 years working at Knight High School, and I'm retiring this year, so we will see what happens, but it will be great, and I'm always available if anyone needs anything. I will be around, just not working till 8 o'clock at night. But do y'all have any questions about Knight High School for me or Ms. Curry or anyone?
Thank you so much for your presentation, and I think all of us will say that Knight High School graduation is one of our favorite things to go to because it's just very inspirational and touching and tear-filled. Dr. Barker.
Thank you, Madam President. So just recently, I learned about some new coding that's going to happen with our accountability system. So traditionally, there are various codes that can be used when you cannot locate a student, right? And there's one particular code that ends up marking a student as a dropout. And there's some new guidance coming out that more students are going to be required to be put under that code if we don't have certain documentation about that. So I'm giving that as a contextual piece because we are anticipating major increases in dropout rates and decreases in graduation rates in upcoming accountability years because of this coding. I say that to say the outreach that you do, and you just mentioned it, no, not all of those kids end up coming to night school, but the outreach that you do to get those kids, if they need to be in night high school, getting them into night high school, or identifying where they are, has a direct impact on our accountability. And it's important, and so I say that because it's very, very important, but I also recognize, as Ms. Lasan was saying, that even more important than that are the stories of those students whose lives get back on track because of the work done at the night high school. And yes, every year, I'm a teary mess, which is not hard for me, but still. Because I truly think that this program is one of the most important that we do. So thank you.
I just can't help but re-emphasize that point. I know we talk about this numerous times when Dr. Fitzhugh's up here about student learning, but there are things we do as a district that are good for kids that are not counted in the accountability system. And it is essentially critical as we go into the 90th session that we continue to work every relationship we have, because Commissioner Morath continues to change that system so that it changes industry-based certifications, it changes what it looks like for dropouts. Our students who continue on with special education through Focus on the Future and Project Search, we do not get, that does not count positively in the accountability system for us, but we've seen firsthand how that is changing the lives of our families whose students are getting jobs and transitioning into the workforce. So I cannot underscore enough that this accountability system, and y'all hear me talk about this publicly all the time, does not dream big for the children of Texas. And it does not do right by our schools, it does not do right by our kids, and that is another example. Constant changes, constant tweaks that fly in the face of allowing districts the flexibility to meet the needs of kids.
Okay, amen.
And I wanted to say one more thing, sorry. Ms. Curry and I were talking today, and, you know, I said we had 31 kids graduate for Knight High School. We had 31 Knight High School only graduate. We talked about it, and it's a number she's going to start tracking for next year so she can report to you next year. We had at least another 20 or 25 kids that graduated because they came to Knight High School. Students, they wanted to do cosmetology and something else, or they got behind. They only graduated because they were able to come to Knight High School and pick up an English or a half a credit of government, or, you know, or whatever it was. But we were talking about it today, and I was like, you know, it says that we graduated 31, but let's think about all these kids that only graduated because they came to us. And they didn't have to leave. I mean, if they were to come to the Learning Center, to the day program, they wouldn't be able to be in band or athletics or anything like that, but they could come to us after school and still graduate. So there are many of those kids that we impacted that are not reflected in those numbers of the 31.
Which helps section 1 of my evaluation on students being involved in something.
That's part of that student engagement.
There we go.
But Ms. Curry and I talked about, that's a number that she's going to track as we go through our 8 terms this year to be able to provide that information to you next year. And there's one other person I wanted to tell you about. He did not come to our graduation, or we would have convinced him to be one of the speakers. But the 4 speakers we had, I mean, it was just heart-wrenching listening to some of their stories, and I even knew the stories. But we had a student this year come back that needed, I think, 2 or 3 credits to get his diploma. He was 26 years old, and he wanted to be, like a paramedic. And to get into the program, he had to have a diploma, could not be a GED. And he was back with us for 2 terms, got the 2 or 3 credits he needed. And we have a grad walk for every term. When he had his grad walk there, he had his 2 children there, and they were like 2 and 4, and his wife was there to see him do the grad walk, you know, just in our little hallway. But that was just so meaningful that he was able to come and get that diploma so he could do what he wanted to do at the age of 26. So, but we were able to get that done. So he was not able to come to our graduation in May. He ended up graduating in October or November. They all run together, I don't remember anymore. But that was just a story that I wish y'all could have seen on that day, but it was just very meaningful for us. Ms. Curry, did you have anything you wanted to add? Okay, well, thank you all very much for having us, and thank you for coming. If y'all have any other questions or anything, just let me know.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
And I just want to appreciate certainly Ms. Gertie and Ms. Curry, and also Dr. Deaton, who are integral parts of the program. You can see we're losing some passion and leadership in the program, and so we'll be looking for an awesome associate night school principal to continue the role and continue the work of Knight High School. Just so proud of all the work they do.
Thank you, and happy retirement. Okay, now we are going to move on to finance. Mr. Rare.
All right, good evening. Jason and Tanya are coming up to provide the bond update.
Welcome, and thank you for being here.
Thank you for having us. Good evening, Board and Dr. Rapp. We are here to discuss the 2023 bond second sale year 2 for Delay Middle School paving and fire alarm replacements, guaranteed maximum price. Stantec is the architect for these projects, and Chrisman Company is the construction manager at risk for both of these projects. Chrisman Company advertised and bid out these projects to subcontractors per Chapter 2269 of the Government Code, and Chrisman Company evaluated and scoped their bids and provided Lewisville ISD with the GMP for these projects. So the GMP for Delay Middle School paving and fire alarm replacements is at $1,258,230, and it is about $293,000 over budget. Jason will be talking about why we're over budget here shortly. But recommendation to approve these projects as a combined guaranteed maximum price will be presented to the board as a consent item for next Monday night on June 8th. And we have project savings from the 2017 bond. The 2023 bond has project savings, and the 2023 bond interest earnings are available to help cover this budget overage. Work for this renovations are set to take place this summer, 2026. And with that, I'll hand it over to Jason.
Thank you. Good evening, Board. We did have, as Tanya mentioned, we are bringing it over, so I wanted to speak to that a little bit. Some of the issues that affected the budget on the delay paving and fire alarm replacement projects are, of course, as you probably know, general inflation is up, if you haven't noticed. But on this one, we did plan for that, so that's not the majority. That's just a very small part of this. The The majority of the overage is due on this one is because we found more paving that was in need of a replacement than what was originally planned. So we are going to be paying a little bit more for that, but we're also going to be gaining more with that as part of that project. So that makes me feel better about bringing that forward for approval. We also want to take advantage of this opportunity to improve the main entry of the campus, and we're going to take a look at that. So in this image, you can see DeLay Middle School. The areas of work are shown in red there. We refer to these as the east lot and the south lot, if you will. And this will be replacing the last remaining asphalt areas at DeLay Middle School and all of their paving areas. And so as a facilities person, we are very happy for that. Also, we wanted to mention, as I mentioned before, at the main entry at the south lot, which you can see there, there is an odd dead-end drive that goes right to the front doors of this campus. It's very odd. I've actually heard people drive into that and actually got stuck, and then you have to back out. It's just a single car width. And so taking a look at that, this is it. Imagine on the left picture you're pulling in, and then you get to the front doors, and then it just dead ends. And so cars will actually end up in that. I don't know how we got that originally. Don't have the history on that. But we would like to take this opportunity and correct that. And so right there in the left picture where you would pull in, we would actually curb that. We'd raise all of that concrete and really really provide a much larger and more usable entrance for students and staff. And so that's part of that increase as well.
Okay, so next up, for next Monday night, we'd like for the board to consider approval of the guaranteed maximum price for the 2023 bond second sale of DeLay Middle School paving and fire alarm projects as a combined GMP. We'd also like for the board to consider approval of the final completion and authorize administration to pay the final retainage on the 2023 bond for sale playgrounds and shade structures project. And then potential items to discuss in August, we do have our architect and construction manager on Downing Middle School's 20-year project evaluating the viability of solar options for that campus, and they're working on that report to hopefully bring to you in August. And then in August, we would also have three additional projects that we'd like to bring for final completion. They would be for the Lewisville High School Harmon Black Box Theater conversion project, as well as for the new transportation center project that y'all were just talking about, so that'll be exciting. And then the Lewisville High School renovations project. Do we have any questions?
Anybody have anything? Dr. Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. Quick question. With the $293,000 overage on that paving project, do we still have savings on other projects to cover that?
Yes, ma'am. So in the project that we've closed thus far, just in this bond, we have just over $1 million in surplus savings that we have from just those projects, not to include the projects that we have not closed out yet in this bond, and we also have the bond interest savings that have accumulated that I'm sure Mr. Rare will talk about, and the 2017 bonds as well. So there, yes, we have savings in multiple areas that we can utilize.
Okay. Just real quick, because you just glazed over it, and you and I had a discussion, and the difference in asphalt and the paving in the facilities report, which I pulled up, is it's only 20 years for the asphalt, which is why it looks the way it does right now. But for the paving, it's 50 years. So while we're paying a little bit more money and we're doing the paving, it's going to last twice as long as what it had with the paving.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for pointing that out. I appreciate that.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Rare, the fiscal year 26 budget projection update.
All right, thank you. And Claudia's coming up to join us. And as she's coming up, this is the last update that we did for the fiscal year 26 was back in April. So this is just further updating our projections for the end of the year. And so we'll take a look at our revenue assumptions that were used. The only change on this slide from back in April is we've included our year-end ADA So you'll see we based our budget on 43,715 students, and our actual year-end ADA is at 43,364. The remainder of the assumptions remain the same. And so I just wanted to recall, we talked about this at a previous meeting, but the certified values that we received prior to July 25th, those are used to help us determine what our property tax collection budget will be for the next year, as well as it helps drive what our tax rate could be for the adoption. However, those are not final numbers, and so you'll see on the next slide how that can impact what our budget versus actual is in our current year tax collections. But there are various reasons that we discussed in a previous meeting, but things that do change after the certified values are received in July. And so here we take a look at our adopted budget versus our current projection. And these projections are based on actuals through April. So every month we'll continue to update this as we get closer to year end, but these are based on actuals through April. So we've separated out tax collections for current year and prior year. And so on the current year collections, our adopted budget was $447.5 million. We're currently projecting $444.2 million. So it's a difference of $3.2 million, which is a large amount, and it does sound like a large amount, but I did want to highlight that it's a scale just based on the size of the budget. So there's a note at the bottom that our current year tax collections are currently projected to be 99.3% of our adopted budget. One of our revenue assumptions is 99%, and so we're actually a little bit higher than what we used for our adopted budget on the collections. Now you may say, well, why are we still off? Well, that's because, as I mentioned before, our values change throughout the year. The biggest difference on there is our prior year collections. And so where that comes up is taxpayers in the current year will pay what their estimated tax is due, but they may still be protesting that amount. And so in the following year, based on how long it takes to get that protest resolved, we may owe them a refund on prior year taxes. And so that's the last few years we've been seeing that amount continue to go up. In the past, I think we were budgeting $500,000, maybe $1 million. And so this year we decided, okay, we're going to take that budget down to zero, because if it's going to be a negative amount that we're refunding more than we're bringing in, we're not going to budget anything for that. And so you'll see right now we're projecting that to be about $6.6 million. We're not talking about fiscal year 27 tonight, but Claudia and I have already discussed looking at next year's budget. Instead of budgeting zero, we're probably going to budget a negative amount for that. Right now, I think we were talking about upwards to $5 million. And so those are two that unfortunately we were much lower than what our adopted budget is. We did have a little bit of a benefit in our interest earnings. And so just as a reminder, we were anticipating interest rates to continue to decline during the year. And those rate cuts have been put on hold. And so we actually have brought in a lot more than what we thought we would in interest. We lowered it down to $7 million budget for this year. We're currently projecting about 11.3. And so that's another thing that we're looking at next year is increasing that budget back up a little bit. Not exactly knowing where rates will be for fiscal year 27, but that's helped us on the local side. So currently we budgeted $466 million on the local revenue side, and we're looking at just about $461 million. Now on state revenue, the biggest difference there is in our foundation school program. We're about $2.2 million under what we budgeted, and that number is driven by our ADA and our student counts. So as we came in under what we projected, then we're going to end up receiving less state revenue than what was projected. And then federal revenue, we're actually currently projecting to be a little bit higher than what we budgeted. So overall, on the revenue side, our budget was $570.6 million. We're projecting $562.3 million. So at this time, we're projecting to receive about 98.5% of our adopted budget. And one of our goals for the district is to have a deficit no greater than 1.5%. We're very conservative when we budget for revenues, so we would actually like to see that go the other way. We would really love to be at 101% or 102%. And so that's just, there are so many different factors that go into forecasting your revenue budget, but we'll continue to work on that to try to get that difference as narrow as possible. And now Claudia is going to discuss the expenditure side.
Good evening, Dr. Rapp, President Lassan, members of the board. Like Scott said, I'm going to provide you with an update on the expenditure side of fiscal year 2026. On the slide, the budget assumptions used when the budget was adopted are indicated in dark orange, while the end of the year projections are shown in light orange. So as you can see, our assumption for recapture was spot on at $23.9 million. For our payroll budget, we originally assumed a 99% fill rate. However, our current figures are closer to 98%. In terms of non-payroll, we're expecting to spend 87% of what was budgeted. These are our end-of-the-year projections based on actuals through April. We have realized some significant savings on payroll costs due to our fill rate being lower than what was budgeted. We're also seeing significant savings in the contracted services budget because we bought transportation and substitutes in-house this school year, so our estimates were a bit conservative. When we compare our adopted budget to our current projection, we're looking at a $25.7 million variance in expenditure savings. So in summary, this year we adopted a deficit budget of $2.9 million, but we're currently projecting a surplus of $14.5 million. The primary driver for this positive variance is the additional revenue received through disaster pennies and the savings I mentioned before. So we're proposing to transfer a portion of these savings to help reduce the projected budget deficit for next year. So this strategy would leave us with a net surplus of $2.5 million to place back into the fund balance. As a reminder, per board resolution, we must maintain a 25% expenditure threshold in our fund balance, less recapture and TRS on behalf. So this graph shows a comparison of total expenditures in navy blue, our fund balance target in gray, and our fund balance in gold. Based on our current projections, we will be adding $2.5 million to the fund balance, leaving us with a total fund balance of $22.2 million over the 25% requirement. Now, Scott's going to close the presentation with next steps.
All right, so a lot of these next steps are similar to what we had in April. I just wanted to highlight a few of them. We will close out fiscal year expenses, and so our PO cutoff is the end of July, and so we'll continue to work on with campuses and departments to close out any fiscal year 26 expenses, and we'll continue to update our year-end projections. And so if there's any significant changes that take place between now and the end of July, we'll make sure that we update the board on that if we're looking at that surplus changing much from the 14.5 that Claudia mentioned. And then the last item, she'd mentioned the $12 million, which right now that's just kind of a placeholder, but looking to move those funds into another fund to help us with next year's projected deficit. And so we would be bringing an action item back to the board in August to actually commit those funds to move to a separate fund. With that, we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, who has questions? Dr. Taylor.
Probably not more of a question. I actually had two questions, and you answered them like quickly because I wanted to know about the why were we not budgeting the negative $6.7 million. So I do agree with that for the next budget period cycle. And then I wanted to ensure that $2.5 million in surplus was going back into the fund balance. But I did want to point out, call out the reason for the difference between the 2.5 million or 2.9 million, I believe, in deficit that we projected, and we ended up, I guess, what, 14 million in profit? Because some people will look at that and say, well, how are you that far off? And you made some decisions based upon, you have this deficit budget, and then you ended up with all this money. But I think it was important that you pointed out it was because of the disaster pennies, which you cannot budget and count on every year. You can't count on having a disaster. and some of the savings around payroll costs. I just wanted to call that out for the audience. It's not that we missed it by this big thing, or, you know, we could have made some different decisions because we made all this money. It was because we benefited from something that you can't count on every year, which is the disaster pennies.
That's correct.
So, thank you.
Okay. Okay.
I'm going to piggyback on what you said, because the other thing I wanted to say is that we were fortunate to have the disaster pennies because the legislature provided no new money for next year. There is no new funding. It is something different than they've done in the past. In the past, they have done some stair-stepping for year one, year two. We're getting nothing new from the legislature, from the state this year. So we are making those disaster pennies, if you will, stretch across 2 years. And I think that is, I want to give you some kudos and some credit. I always, every time I see you, I say, buy me some money. And you did, and I appreciate that. So that is because of some good planning on our part, even though it looks like we came out way ahead. That is to stretch over 2 years, and it is how we were able to do the pay raises. It is how we were able to take care of things that the legislature didn't take care of, as far as our librarians and staff and principals, and it is how we are able to fund the RISE program. So I want to make, to your point, I want to put like the bow on it, if you will.
All right, I think we're good. Mr. Rare, you're up for the next one. June 8th, regular board meeting consent agenda, cooperative purchases preview.
Okay, included in your board book is the consent agenda cooperative purchase preview. We have 3 new initiatives that are included in the summary, as well as 2 cooperative contracts. And so one of the new initiatives that was discussed in the transportation update, but was about the student one-card badge solution with CI Solutions, which I think is a great solution, and there's more information about that included in the summary. But tonight I was just highlight the one item. It's a new grant that we've received. It's the Leadership and Instructional Foundations for Texas, or LIFT grant, that we received through TEA for 2026-2027 school year. The grant award is $612,000. 70% of that amount must be used to pay for a TEA-approved vendor. And so the district's partnering with E3 Alliance to help provide the support that's needed to implement that program. And those items will come back for your approval next week.
Okay. Looks like we're all good on that one. All right, Dr. Garricani, your turn.
Good evening, President Lasan, Board, Dr. Rapp. As you know, the work in technology continues with our 2023 bond, and tonight for discussion we have application delivery controllers. These items are up for replacement. They were purchased as a part of the 2017 bond in summer of 2018, and they are a vital part of our cybersecurity strategy. This item will be coming to you in your consent agenda next Monday night, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, anybody have?
I just have a real quick question. What is the life cycle for a cybersecurity upgrade? Because it is not your typical
Yes,
life
ma'am.
cycle.
There's actually several items that are part of our cybersecurity strategy. I mean, everything from the web content filter to our firewalls. Some of this is hardware, some of this is software renewals as qualifies for bond. This particular item, application delivery controllers, is a piece of hardware. It lasts typically about 5 years, 5 to 6 years. We've been able to get quite a bit of life out of these from 2018, so we're looking kind of for that 8 to 10 year if we can. So that's the expectation.
All right. Thank you. I think that's it. All
Thank
right.
you.
Okay, moving on is the board committee update. And I am going to call on Dr. Barger first, because she and I talked about this already today.
Thank you, Madam President. I am the current chair of the Board Operating Procedures Committee, along with Ms. Madison Lopez and Dr. Sheila Taylor. And the Board Operating Procedures Committee is one of the few committees that has their heavy lift over the summer. So I just am giving you a warning that you will receive some communication for any updates or revisions that you would like to see to the BOP, and we will be working over the summer to consolidate those and bring that for you when we return in August.
Wonderful, thank you for that. And I am, at least for now, the chair of the naming committee, and we are going to have 4 naming items on the agenda on Monday night. And just as an aside, as an information, we will be I'll be giving you guys more information about reassigning committees at our board retreat on Wednesday. Okay, and with that, we will now convene into closed session as authorized by Texas Government Code Section 551, specifically 551.071 and 0821. The time is 9:51 p.m. Okay, we are back on the record in open session, having returned from closed session. The time is now 11:01 p.m. Does any board member have a motion regarding the Level 3 discipline appeal? Ms. Sells?
Madam President, I do. I move that the board uphold the Level 2 decision and therefore deny the Level 3, as the Texas legislature has not given this board the authority. We direct the superintendent to review policies and practices and support for administrators engaging in a behavioral threat assessment.
Do I have a second? Ms. Prosnick? Is there any discussion? All those in favor? A motion passes 7-0. If there is no further business, this meeting is adjourned. The time is 11:02 p.m.